Why, hello there. Let's go ahead, make sure everything happy. That seems all wrong. You seems all right. And you are just scuffed usually. There we go. That's all right. Okay, perfect. So, let's go ahead, get this out of the way. That's good. All right, so we need to finish up what we were doing here. We got our visual upgrade stuff. Hey, Marco, how's it going today? You are indeed the first, it would seem. Okay, so we have our yim. And we've got our entrance, and you display this correctly. There are no other connections. We need to ensure that if we were to have a room here, like so, womp, we would not be able to connect here. Right now we can. Oh, I need to put in some stuff though, right? And that's a big problem. That's not correct. So that's going to require us to check when we do this connection business. We need to get an error back to the user. It says there's already a connection to another map on this tile, or something to that effect. That's clear, to explain why they're not allowed to do that. And also we need to be able to display in the gym here that there is a connection from another place. And if we were to connect 00 to 43, let's say, this should be allowed. And we can add you, but you say southeast even though you're far away, which shouldn't really be. We have correctly updated that. That's cool. But there's no display on either end of this. And maybe that's where we start, is we need to get... I guess I'd put one here. Which is, I mean, kind of correct, right? So we need to get displaying of remote quote-unquote connections in a working place. Hey, Ash, how's it going? I haven't seen the progress in a little while, with the map editors looking great. Map editors coming along. So right now, in the engine, the server, we have the ability to traverse a map, from a map to a map. So we've got our little entrance example here. So we can start and spawn here and then jump to the east and move to the east, and we'll jump over to the other map on the server. That's working. We just need to put editor stuff around it so that we can build, maps. Basically is where we're at. I did the easy work first, the server work. Now I just gotta struggle with my UI skill issues. But I don't know if it's impressive. I mean, conceptually, it's very simple. We invested a lot of time cleaning up the server to make it possible to kind of push forward, because as things grew up, they grew scraggly and messy, as they do. So we cleaned that all up, put all the pieces in place, and then actually it was really painless to get it working on the server. It's like a stream day, so 4 hours, maybe a little longer. Anyway, so It might have been two. Anyway, we added the idea on the server of two separate classes, quote unquote, uh, of connection. There's cardinal connections, they're cardinal directions, and then there's tagged connections. So I think we're going to mirror that here because it's going to make our life easier. In the words of the famous professor, the tech debt grew with the coding. I don't think I don't think I agree with that. I don't know the source of the quote. Because tech debt is not that. I don't think. I don't think it should be that. Tech debt should be something you intentionally take on, right? Chaos and entropy grow with the coding for sure. Because things that didn't used to be shaped the way they need to be are shaped a little different. And you can kind of, knock the corners in a little bit and get it to work. But tech debt should be something you intentionally take on, knowing that you need to pay that back, right? I think that's an important distinction if you're talking about tech debt and just the general, need to refactor things and clean them up. Um, because one implies intentionality. It's a mangled version of Tolkien. The tale grew with the telling. Describing how he started writing. It's true. That's true. In Japan, they leave the code 1% better than it was before they touched it, so they work slower, but their code base stays sane. Yes. I often use the distinction introduced by Kevlin Henney, tech debt versus technical neglect. That's a good distinction, yes. That's a really good distinction. That was one of the things that I kind of learned as part of working in greenfield stuff, where you do the minimum necessary, you fill in maybe the things you guess best you might need if they're not huge, and you kind of just accept and you ideally track the fact that, hey, this query probably needs to be paginated, but we want to consume it first, understand more about if this is what we want it to look like before we, go ahead and do that. I often use the distinction. Sorry, no, I just read that. Nowadays, the majority of firms, including mine and engineers, use the word tech debt when they really mean neglect. Yeah, it's become a catch-all term. That's why I push back on it being a catch-all term. Okay. I mean, I guess that was the original idea behind the word maybe before engineers knew there was a distinction. Maybe. It's difficult because it's cheaper and faster to write the code while it's fresh in your mental RAM. So often trying to predict the future sounds like a good idea. Yes, you're not wrong. But it's also good to revisit after you have evicted that from your mental RAM, and ideally from your mental swap, right? Um, because then you can kind of evaluate it at or from a different angle, right? It's the same way that I personally get a lot of value out of API contract testing if I'm writing a server, because it immediately puts me into the consumer's shoes, and I immediately go, well, this is going to suck to use. Hang on, back up. Wait a minute. I did a stupid here. But also just letting that time out in your out of your mental cache can also help you to kind of evaluate that from a better, more or less context filled point of view that'll help you to make it easier, cleaner, and more friendly to work with in the future. Does that mean you have to write everything twice? Yeah, kind of. Here's an idea. Point Claude code of the code base and tell it to make it 5% better, rinse and repeat, and you end up with the perfect code. No, I mean, I think Bun is about to find out how well that works, right? I forgot the sarcasm at the end. AI mentioned 0 seconds since like incident, right? I know the feeling. Sometimes I try to use my own API and that song from South Park starts playing in my head. The one in the Mormon episode. Dum 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 dum. I don't recall that song. It's been a long time since I watched any South Park, actually. Maybe I should. Maybe I should binge South Park. I would have to find a streaming service and then probably pay for it, though. Um, yeah, but you like in it. Everything is about balance, right? Basically, using the fragment "dumb" for the melody, but in fact, the lyrics intended to be dumb. Ah, gotcha. Yep, yep. Um, but like everything is a balance, and everything. So here's the thing that people get wrong about thinking and talking and reading about software development is that everything that when anybody says, you know, your code should be clean and it should have single responsibilities and be as short as possible, and or any other, you know, you should be using what is the stupid acronym for object oriented stuff. uh I can't even remember the acronym now. Liskov is one of them. Anyway, all of that is speaking towards an ideal, and you're not going to get it right all the time. You're going to fall into the counterexamples being used there. And they're counterexamples because as people that have willingly chosen to argue with rocks that we tricked into doing math for a living or a hobby, we do those things. That's how our brains work, right? It's like yesterday when I was complaining about IDEs. I stopped and I said, and now your brain is immediately going to say, you could write your own. No, don't. Because that's how our brains work. When you have the power to create things, you also have this, just it's inevitable that you have this, well, I could probably do that better sort of thought in the back of your mind every time you see something, right? But you're going to fall into those traps, and that's okay. Just be aware of them, recognize them, and continue to try to learn and use judgment and develop intuition and gut feelings, right? As to, hey, I've been down this path and I know I can see in myself what I'm about to do. Do I really want to do it? I could be right this time, probably not. And sometimes you're going to ignore that voice, and it's just going to happen. It's okay. I agree with everything you're saying. Every day I'm required to experiment with LLM. I find another way it consistently does a dumb. The dangerous part of it is that the dumb almost looks sensible, right? That is, if you don't understand the target language or system well enough, right? And I'm getting jebaited into talking about AI again. But we're going to talk about code review instead. Because that's the argument that gets trotted out a lot, right? I once read something, and I don't remember where, but they were saying that they were arguing with the idea, the notion that you don't understand code you haven't read. And they were saying that's completely wrong. I don't understand code I haven't debugged, right? Like, if you have not stepped through and examined every single step of your code, you don't truly know what it's doing. You can have a really good idea, but you're going to find little edge cases and things where you go, oh, well, that's weird. I thought it worked that way, right? That's just the nature of the beast, you know. And code reviews for whatever source the code is are good because you can, you know, look at things with a fresh set of eyes and go, wow, this is really confusing and hard to read. Or you can say, well, wait a minute, my understanding of the way this works is this. Which one of us is correct, right? Bears investigation. But if you could flawlessly understand code that you had read or even written, then we wouldn't have software bugs. That's just, bugs are unintended behavior, right? That's how it works. I don't personally debug. If it's broken, rewrite it again from the last commit or structure. No! Stop it! You monster. And even when you step through everything, you would have to step through every case, right? That's why testing is so valuable, because you can step through those alternative cases if you do testing other than Happy Path, right? So, like, code is hard. Computers are hard. And, like, everything about this, the current narrative, is wrong at a fundamental level. I have never worked on or seriously, honestly evaluated my performance at a serious project. You know? My process for the longest time was to write it, step through it, then write unit tests, then rewrite it with a better understanding of what it's supposed to do. I mean, yeah, that is an approach. So the other thing, going back to the everything is balance, right? You could endlessly refactor things to be better, because by the time you get done refactoring a project, or even just a part of a project, you already have more skill than when you started, right? And you can already find a different way that may or may not be better. So you could endlessly refactor yourself into never finishing a thing. That's true. Sometimes you gotta say, okay, this is kind of funky and a little bit misshapen and weird, but there's no bugs in it right now that I have encountered or found yet. It does its job with satisfactory performance. It's fine, right? Everything is balanced, and you're not gonna balance correctly every time. You're gonna get lost in boondoggles. You're gonna make missteps. Still is for personal projects. I just don't have time for it in work code, so I'm delivering what my bosses tell me to deliver. Well, yeah, that's also another argument, another issue, right? You could endlessly refactor, but that's one advantage of Go, I guess. You can only polish it so much. See what you did there. I see what you did there. Refactoring is where the learning happens. So, well, I mean, exactly, right? That's why by the time you get done, you're going to have more things you want to refactor. Either that same thing again, or the thing it talks to. And refactoring that thing, you're going to have ideas for refactoring more. It's endless. You could endlessly refactor the same reasonably sized project, right? Now, do you want to endlessly refactor? Or do you want to get a thing done and do another project? Or add new things to that project, right? It's all a balance. I knew you would see the sneaky jab, yes. To level the playing field, the opposite is true for Rust. You get stuck in eternal refactoring and never making progress, right? I mean, it's possible, right? I will have to explore it to know for sure what I want to do. But in Rust, the compiler refactors you. Well, we'll see. We'll see about that, won't we? But I'm noticing, as a noticer on a good day, a noticing enthusiast, one might say, a journeyman noticer, perhaps. I'm noticing that there's a distinct split happening. I think I talked about this the other day too. In the current realm of software doing stuff, right? Ecosystem. There's a lot of really great things in Go. They tend to be utilities and servers, right? That's really where Go shines. It wants to be there. That's really where Go loves to live. So you get things like Caddy. It's a wonderful little reverse proxy. I fucking hate Nginx just because it's so huge and there's like 27 different config files, and every single time you need to do something in it, it becomes an afternoon of just digging through documentation and Stack Overflow and misery, right? I've never had a good experience with Nginx. Now, granted, okay, it does a lot of complicated and cool things. Therefore, complexity. One of my axioms is that complexity is neither created nor destroyed. It is relocated. Now, this is assuming best intent. You can absolutely create complexity for no fucking reason. But if you're not doing that, then the axiom holds true mostly, right? So, I digress. There's a lot of great Go utilities that are simple, easy to use. Caddy, it will pull you a Let's Encrypt certificate automatically the first time you use that address. It's proxying. It's great. I love it so much. It's so easy. And the config file is dirt simple. There's Restic, lovely backup solution. Very nice. Good to use. No, no interface though. It's just commands that get run. So you have to like do your own thing there, which, because it's a backup, can get a little bit complicated. You get nasty scripty stuff or whatever, right? The IRC server I set up, written in Go. Lovely. Seems to work great. No problems, right? It was pretty easy and sane to get set up and running. So there's a lot of those things that are great. But I don't see a ton of Go UI stuff. There's a couple of TUI solutions that I've inspected and looked at and played around with and poked and prodded at. Bubble tea. Kind of weird, not sure I like it. Others, I kind of looked at them and went, I'm not sure I like this at all the way it looks. You know, it's just weird. But where I see things happening in native desktop is in Rust. And that wasn't really on my radar so much until Pop! OS went to Cosmic. I don't really super agree with their decision to push it out just yet. I don't think it's ready for that. But it's a Rust-based kind of ecosystem. So all the widgets and things are all Rust, right? But also, you've got things like Halloy, the IRC client I'm using. That's Rust. It keeps coming up when I'm looking at new native GUI stuff. It keeps coming up. So that's interesting, right? Let's see. I changed it to in Rust Clippy refactors you. See, y'all keep making this Clippy reference, and I thought you were just like making a joke about the compiler, but is it actually called Clippy? It often does unnecessary XYZ. Why don't you do this instead? And I'm like, oh yeah, that does look cleaner, bastard. Nice. If it helps, I play around Cosmic occasionally. I can't wait until it's fully ready. It's not quite there yet, I agree. Yeah, it's got some rough edges still, and nothing that automatically works with Linux desktop environments knows to look for it yet. So like an example being Mongo Compass tries to determine what desktop environment you're using to know where it should look for credentials being stored, right? So it doesn't know what to do with Cosmic yet. Um, so little things like that have kind of grown up in the ecosystem are not there, and just rough edges in general. I ran into a lot of them, but it was a nice experience. It's been like a while since I used Plasma, but I'm back on that now because I switched to the desktop so that I could stop abusing my poor little laptop trying to do video editing and stuff on it. And Plasma hasn't been sleeping. Like, there's been at least a major release since the last time I used it, I think, and things are looking pretty nice over here now, too. So, like, we're getting a lot of nice UI polish in the Linux world, which is super cool. It's all Elm architecture at the moment, which sucks. What's wrong with Elm architecture? I keep seeing it talked about a lot, but I haven't really studied it in depth. Clippy is a separate, I guess, tool. It's like a set of additional lints which aren't enabled by default, but are often quite useful, mostly when you're nearing completion, though. Oh, okay. At least for me, Clippy is too distracting early in the project, but I'm still experimenting and everything is changing so much. That makes sense, yeah. It's one of the other traps, is premature optimization. Clippy is an additional linter and tool that catches a ton of things. It actively teaches you how to write better as well. Gotcha. That's nifty. As long as there's no LLM involved in it. I tried KDE Plasma on multiple occasions. Back in the 2.x days, it was quite nice, but ever since around 5.0, I've hated it each time I tried it. You keep consistently running into these tiny little bugs. I think they did... I've experienced this life. I think they did like a major platform rework around that time, didn't they? That feels about right for like the widget rework where they completely screwed up all their widgets. It feels like it's always in a major rewrite, as if the authors are suffering not invented here on their own project. It could be. But I've been reasonably pleased with... I'm kind of blurry today. I've been reasonably pleased with how well everything has been integrated and works together now. It's actually really nice. This version, which I don't even know off the top of my head what version this is. I just installed the latest, right? Things have been ironed out really well. It's a lot. It's better. Like KDE was always a little rougher on the edges, but I put up with it because I liked the experience of using it more, because it gives me more decisions and freedom about how I want my desktop to work, right? That's one of my things with GNOME I hate, is that they believe that you should use your computer the GNOME way, and that it is the superior way, despite what you may think, and that you should have to install third-party packages to do every basic little thing you might possibly want to do. And I don't jive with that philosophy. If I wanted to do that, I would use Windows or Mac, right? Elm architecture separates update logic from rendering logic through messages. Okay. React keeps styles logic and rendering together, which makes it cohesive. Elm breaks it up again. I like breaking it up, though. I think. I like letting the UI just do UI things and focusing on the data. And there's a lot of boilerplate. I write Go and Dart and Flutter. Boilerplate. You merely adopted the boilerplate. Simple things like animations are a nightmare. Yeah, I don't really do animation, so maybe I haven't encountered that sharp edge. Composition sucks. Functional bros added again, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to see. That's the other thing, is that I haven't really jived with... Like, I can do most of what I want in Flutter. It's okay. It's a reasonably good experience. I don't like how mobily and webby it is. It's core the way it looks and operates. I would like to find something that like I really jive with, that really enjoy writing UI stuff in, as opposed to it's okay, kind of a mid feeling. Um, and I haven't found that yet. And then there's lurking the invisible and often imaginary interlocutor in this discussion is the people that say, well, just write C and use imgui or whatever. Yes, that's fine. C is fine. I've worked some in C. It was okay. I don't want to deal with the build system. I hate 400 make files. I hate that. I don't want to mess with that. GNOME is in a completely separate category. I haven't touched that since it stopped being default in Ubuntu back before Unity days. Yeah. So Pop! OS, the old DE, was GNOME based. And so I bought my laptop with Pop already on it, and it was a good deal. So I never changed it. I was just like, let's just run it and see. I kind of liked their bolt-on tiling thing for a laptop because there's only one screen, and so it's nice, right? I end up not using it at all, really, just because there's a learning curve to using the tiling features that I just don't want to tackle. Like I like good snapping. I'm really happy with good snapping on so on Plasma. Here's another thing. This is not in Cosmic, which surprised me. In floating mode. Let me do here's a safe website. So if I'm like in halfy mode, right? Okay, great. That's screen snapping at work. I love that. If I'm like, I don't need all of this, I can grab that and do that in the middle. Lovely. Love that. Fantastic. This gets me like 90% of what I want from a UI that reads my mind, right? This is exactly the behavior I want when I do something like that. I don't know about this cursor shaking thing that's on by default. But you can do that, and I love things like that, right? Also works if you have like I tile my chat one above the other, and I can drag both of those windows by grabbing the middle split. Tried ricing GNOME. GNOME riced me. It was so bad. All extensions were JavaScript and XML. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't rice really. Like I like things to just work out of the box. The thing about the ricing and the ricing subreddits is, yeah, they look nice, but usability and utility is what I care about. So, like I like a little transparency. This probably could go up a little bit more. I got my drop down terminal back too because Cosmic doesn't have it, but now I do. And now I've kind of gotten out of the habit of using it, but like I like a little transparency sometimes. This could be more transparent because it's often good if you are trying to read something behind it at the same time, which often comes up. Like if you're looking for like you're trying to get a file path, and your file path is on the website and you can't scroll and it's right there. Love that, right? True devs write their desktop environments from scratch. No, that's a trap. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I've been noticing, so I'm curious. And how well does it run acknowledging it's written in Dart? Runs pretty well. You mean like Xmonad? I don't know what Xmonad is. Let's take a look. Oh, hireling manager. I see. Okay. Never even heard of it. I've heard of I3. Heard of Hyperland, which, like, mostly I just don't want to mess with configuring. I've heard of I3 with gaps. Xmonad is basically a set of Haskell libraries which can in theory be used to make a tiling window manager, but you basically have to code it yourself, and they call that config. Oh, so it's like the original Hyperland then. like I understand that there are people for whom like the hobby is to fuck with your OS and your environment, right? That's fine. That's cool. More power to you. I hope you make good things and share them with the world and everybody loves them, right? It ain't me. It ain't this guy. The hobby, my hobbies are not racing, you know? Hyperlink is like Microsoft WordPad is to Vim. Okay, well, that's just open source being open source, right? I was thinking about that the other day, too. Is this a Hyperlink to Xmonad is like WordPad to Vim? Yeah, I got you. That's the other thing I was thinking about a while back, too, was that the open source world has too many computer science people in it. And like I don't mean that as like we should exclude them and shame them or whatever, right? But like cuz open source needs to be open so that everybody can, compete on merit. But there's so many of them that we get all of this stuff that, like GNOME, has opinions that are just not reflective of how a normal human wants to use the tool. They may be technically elegant and amazing, but if it sucks to use as a human, get out of here. You know? UX is everything and everywhere, right? I'll share my desktop environment on Discord. It's all written in Rust in Nix with custom components on Dioxys with Hyperland. You madman, you. And I get it coming. I get it in chat here too sometimes where people come in which is like the strangest of hot takes because they're old and computer sciencey, and I'm just like, okay, that's cool, bro. Do you? You know? Kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Okay, let's get something done. We need to we already put we put rows inside of the room tile so that we can display additional information. I gotta think about, do I want them on the top or the bottom? And I'm thinking bottom, maybe left-hand side. Let's just start there. The simplest, right? So in our room tile, we have the ability to figure out where these things go. And I'm going to need also to handle that case we just talked about at the start with the long distance connections, right? I don't know exactly how I want to go about that. I'm missing music. Why am I missing music? We got all sidetracked talking about stuff. And I didn't start that up. There we go. right now, I think the easiest way would just be to give coordinates away to no distance. And in order, I think we need to do that in order to get the things into the tagged connections, um, so that we can determine or work with the UI, right? We need an example that's easy to reproduce for development. So let's go do that. And you could argue that vector is supposed to have that information in it, perhaps. But then we'd have to do other stuff. And I'm not sure I want to do that and change everything relying on it for the squeeze, right? If it becomes a bigger issue, we'll look at it. Let's also say a distance is the same thing as a coordinate too. It's all just a point, really, right? An X and a Y value. There might be a better name for that, but if we do like a distance 2, we can do a coordinate target. And I think, let's look at this. Let's close this map and open this one because it'll have more rooms. So if this is 0, 0, this is 4, 3. If we subtract the target from the origin, we get a negative distance. I guess it would just be absolute value, right? Because if it was a negative, well, either way. No, if we subtract this would just be 4, 3. And then if it was a negative 4, 3, we subtracted that from 0, 0, it would end up with 4, 3. So I think we're good either way. We don't support negatives yet, but probably in the future we should. We want to keep the door open. If the need arises, we'll tackle it. So theoretically, we don't even need to math this, right? It would just be X be this X. Can't do. Why can't I do? Oh, duh. Wrong math symbol, you goof. I should be able to just return that. And then currently the map controller, as you're putting things into the room in inflate down here, if the vector is invalid, or is not invalid rather, it's a normal connection, but this also needs to be, it'll be nicer to work with if Connection model also has a getter, basically, for what do we want to call this? I want to call it connection distance, because it is a connection model. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, right. Origin point. Oh, we got to think about that too. How do we handle this? We can throw an error here if you're not on the same map, because we know our origin. This will only work for things that are on the same map, is the point here. You're not nullable. I thought you were. Okay, that's fine. Or do we just say... Well, this gets tricky because we already have a same map connection that'll help us know. If it's the same map connection, we can return that. Otherwise, we can return invalid. But then everybody has to check that. The other thing we can do is we could do an exception. Distance is not supported connections that cross maps on intermap connections. Let's do that. So then we can say, if the coordinate is not invalid and this connection distance, because we've checked invalid there first, less than or equal to... Well, this actually really just needs to be... I probably want like a distance for adjacent. Do I want to do that? Maybe. I probably want to refine this API a little bit. Coordinate is getting a little bit messy. There's too many things in it, and I should set it up a little different, I think, before we go too much further. But for now, that puts you there. So if we are to go over here, um, we need to go into, yeah, no, Jim. And here, and then go and connect our dummy again. You won't be southeast, though. Well, I guess you could be southeast. That would be okay. We're just not going to display you. Except for we do display you because you are in... That shouldn't be... I don't think that should be there. Hang on. Oop, okay, yeah. I got problems. Distance is not support. Okay, so something's hitting that. Connection vector. Okay, bye. Because, okay. Because I forgot that I return invalid. Get direction. It's not invalid because get direction, vector from direction. If it's on the same map, which it is. Oh, right here. There's my problem. I immediately give you a vector back. So I'd have to think about that. Do I... Well, no, because you should still be... You're on the same map, so that's correct. I should get southeast back. What's going on here? I must have messed up something. You don't even... Why is my... Oh. I don't know why that's set on now. It's so bizarre. Get connection distance this. So you... This should be invalid, though. No, we did something... That's right. You're Dart, and therefore you're kind of a pain. We did something to where we default to the first tag, so it's still ending up... Was it in Vector 2? No. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? You're not on the same map. We get direction from the tags if you're not right there. That's it. So, because that resolves to being valid, okay, we have multiple problems. We can't just throw here, or we'd have to do something crazy, right? We can return like an invalid here. Which is probably okay. Except for I need a distance instead. That may or may not come back to haunt me in the future, but we'll go with it for now and see if it becomes an issue. We'll go back to our gym. Ooh, I'm getting some troubles. And it's because this is... origin point, distance point. Oh. That's because these are 0 and 1, which is not 1, 1. I've made a mistake there. I would have to do... I'd have to do something else with this. That's something I didn't think about. Let's, instead of this... we either need to make... This can't be a distance. Distance can't be a point, basically, is the problem. Which is fine. We can take that out. And I believe if I can reach way back into my algebra days that I've forgotten, that the correct way to correct mathematical way to speak about this would be rise over run, right? So y over x, so you would divide them, and that would give you... Mongoose is bad at math, just so you know. Once upon a time, Mongoose thought because he was bad at math, he could not be a good programmer. But through the powers of the internet, we can learn things. Let's see here. This is just straight up a calculator, but it'll show us our steps. See, this is the shit that I hated. This doesn't show me... Okay, so... This is taking the square root of the x, the second x, target x, minus the destination x squared, plus the same operation here. And then doing other things that I don't understand where they come from what they've displayed here. Oh, okay, never mind. They're showing, okay, so this is 3 squared plus 4 squared, which is 25. Square root of that is 5. Okay, now I understand. I don't care about the slope and the angle, so good, because I don't care about the delta in this case, really. So, this is doable. This is manageable. I don't understand the reason for why that is mathematically so, but I don't care at this particular juncture. This is going to be a double. Is that lowercase stindart? It is, okay. And so we can just re-implement distance 2. I'm okay with that. Double distance 2. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that a vector should technically incorporate this, but I don't want to add it yet, unless I need to, right? And then this... We'll have to think about that some more. Hey, how's it going, Kyle? So, this is... Squirt. Right? No? Do I have math? This is probably go. Okay, there is a dart math. Math squirt. And then this is target x minus x. But this also needs to be... what is the dart? I believe that would be the correct. Okay, that's deeply irritating. I just tried to add a comma and it deleted that. Never call squirt squirt again. I'll sue. But it's math squirt. It says it right there. So all of this junk plus target y minus y squared. Theoretically, that gets me what I want. But invalid because we can't determine. And I also need to know, I closed that page too soon. Hang on one sec. I need to open you again. So if we can play with this calculator real quick. Go back. If my starting point is 0, 0, and I'm at 0, 1, my distance will be 1. That makes sense. This should all work out, I believe. But I want to make sure that I understand correctly. Distance is 1. And then this should also be... This is 1.4. Okay, so it just basically needs to be less than 2. Distance less than 2 is what we're looking for. If we were to flip this and do a negative here, everything still works out. Yes. So, this is Euclidean distance. There's also Manhattan distance. Were you here when I just said Mongoose is really bad at math? I hope you were. For this, I hope it will work the way I need it to for this task. This needs to be less than 2. That's what we're going to go with there. This, I guess we could just do... we can put you in here for now, because everything's kind of in here for now. We can do, like, something that's just way out of range. And then I can do that. Hello to you as well. What I should really do is eventually sit down and do, like, math for game devs, but what are the rules of the chat? They should have been displayed when you started chatting. They're very simple. Don't be a dick. No religion, no politics, no AI. Crap. I'm a developer. I want to make a Resident Evil 1 and 0 remake, but I don't know which engine to use between Source and Godot. I've never played Resident Evil, so I can't help you with that specifically. I don't know what I would tell you there. I would have to evaluate the task. Like again, I haven't played Resident Evil. I'm very, very uneducated in that regard. It's like a third person walkie aroundy guy, right? So I would look at the source engine and what does it look like to work with? Right? Is it a language you like to work in? I don't know what source uses under the hood. Probably C, maybe C++. Super guess, right? Never looked at it. And like, what does it look like for licensing? What does that mean to you? What does it, like, is it nice to use, right? Or is it like Source Engine's old, so does that matter in ergonomics sort of way? Okay, so let's reload this. Now that we have that, and go to our gym, and we have troubles. We have no... I've made a mistake somewhere. They should be getting added to cardinal connections, but they're not. Less than 2. Origin point, destination point, or invalid distance, depending. Yes, let's come in here. Why does this keep disabling my debug points? I'm so irritated by that. Okay. Is C++ and SFML good for game dev beginners? I don't know what SFML is. I don't know that I would say C++ is good for beginners in development in general. You could certainly learn it first. Like, it depends on your background in coding in general as to what, like how approachable that would be. You. this connection. This is the cross map one. Oh, except for we need those if they're tagged. But he's not invalid, so he should get added. Yes. Oh no, he didn't. Right. Crap. Because we do have to, I keep forgetting, we have to support adding cross maps to the cardinal list. Well, this should, no, that can't be. I guess it would have to be. We need to do something else here. I would have to do. Error, try again. Try that again, YouTube chat, you jerk. Languages is Dart. I was yelling at the actual chat, not at chat, because it told me it couldn't send my command. Because we have to support both of these things. So this is annoying. Because I do want you to be able to connect it to a cardinal. But how do we tell? Like, obviously we can say... We have same map connection. Maybe we need to switch on that instead, and then make our decisions separately that way. The conditions are, if it's a cardinal, and either it's on, well, it's a cardinal and both things must be true. It's either a cross map. Well, no, that's a confusing way to think about it. It can be cross map and cardinal, or it can be local and within the same range and cardinal. Or within not same range, but within range, within the distance, within less than 2. And actually 2 isn't going to get it done either. Well, no. It should be less than 1.5 just to be sure. But being less than 2, not less than equal to 2, I think would be okay too. Or be okay also. I guess, yeah, we really just need to know if it's a same map connection. if we're on the same map, this is always going to have a vector, though. Well, no. Yeah. We'll always have a vector. So if we're on the same map, connection distance is less than 1.5. We add you to cardinal. And I guess we can just else here. Just thinking if we can combine these, maybe. Maybe. But I don't think so. I think that becomes messy. Otherwise, it's a tag connection. If we're not on the same map, not connection distance, but connection vector, if it's not invalid, meaning we have a valid vector, valid cardinal direction, either by being tagged or, well, I guess we don't even need, we won't even need connection vector, I don't think, anymore if we do this. Maybe. We'll probably leave it, because like I said, I think we need to clean this connection package up. If it's not invalid, we still add you to not tag connections, cardinal connections. Like so. Otherwise, we add you to the tagged if you are invalid for some reason, which means you're not a cardinal, right? I think that'll get us going for now, I think. Jim, no, I'm missing something. What am I missing here? I wonder if same map connection has a bug in it. I wonder if that doesn't evaluate the way I think it does. Did you show the high overview on what you're doing, or doing it line by what? I don't understand the question. What do you mean a high overview? We're on the same map. Otherwise, if the tags say we are cardinal, believe them. If they don't, add it to tagged. Let's do this. Why do you keep disabling? Hang on. Why do you keep muting? This is so... friggin' annoying. Toggle line break. Edit breakpoint properties. I don't want to do that. I want to just default. Whatever default setting is in here, I want it to friggin' stop. It's telling me that there's a button. I know there's a button. I've been clicking it, and that's the problem. Let me just double check this. Sometimes the settings window shows my subscription info, and I don't want to do that. Really? Are you serious right now? Oh, I'm annoyed. Okay, you mute breakpoint touch bar. Debugger mute breakpoints is off. Turn you back on and then off again. Breakpoint. Is there any... Breakpoint line, toggle breakpoint, restore breakpoint. Does not. I don't see a setting for it. I'll have to dig into that. It's just deeply, deeply annoying. All right, so we're in here. We have this connection, which should be this should be our first map. So it should be to the east through the map boundary. So this one is not same map. So we come into here. It should have a connection. We added to Cardinal. So tile data, Cardinal connections 1. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what you want. We come in here. This is the entry room. Okay, perfect. And then this connection that we're evaluating right now is the one to the right, to 1-0. Okay, perfect. So this should be the same map. Okay, perfect. And then we're looking for our connection distance here. And it does not. It's put into tagged. Did I mess up connection distance? Same map is working. That's good. Tile data, or this connection. Connection distance is 2.23. Okay, so I messed that up. I messed up my distance. That's what I did. That does make a degree of sense. Let's do this, which we really should have done, but I just got excited. Where is my... It'll be under map, coordinates test, yes. Let me get caught up here. I don't know the first thing about this stuff, even after watching the video twice. Still, I try to watch the stream, like chill mood. Yeah, cool. You're absolutely welcome to hang out. Can you give a high-level overview of what you're trying to build? I'm building a mud server. And this is the editor. So that you can make maps. So this is our directional test. We need to just come down here and do that'll do. I don't need async for this. Why is everything... You know, I think I copied a file that was async, and I shouldn't have, because I was trying to remember the syntax to save everything up. There we go. Fixed. Done. So we need a starting point. He can be like 6 and 9, obviously. Where else would he be? And then a target point. So he's an x-axis neighbor. So that means he needs to be 7 and 9. Okay. Expected distance should be 1. Starting point, oops. Get why can't I call that? No, it's because it's distance too. That's why. I gotta use the right names. That'll help. And then we need to expect that result equals expected distance, reason, distance incorrect. So, you, tell me of your ways. Are you correct? You are not. I got 2.236 instead of 1. Interesting. Okay. Where did I might have closed you again. I should not have. I did. And go to the history. Distance calculator. Here we go. Distance is the square root of the target x minus my x squared. Chat check? What do you mean? Some reason my messages were going. Yeah, I had that happen earlier. I don't know. Maybe YouTube's having troubles. And we have put you all within. I think it's a parens error. I didn't have that. Order of operations. Okay, but I still got the same number. Plus u. Target y minus y. Go back. So and we'll also do this just to be sure. Target x minus u plus target y minus y. Both of you are squared. Is my is my square not correct? Exponents. Got some work to do. I have to go. Maybe I'll come back. Cool. Have fun. Good luck. X to a double returns a natural exponent, e to the power x. Perhaps. Perhaps that is... Maybe I need to pow it. Pow it before you squirt it. No? Pow isn't defined on the type int. Well, that's interesting now, isn't it? I bet I'm losing data there. So I would need to make you int double. I don't want to make these guys doubles. War crime. I was hoping you were still listening there, Mr. Marco. Squirt of Geneva. Let's see here. Okay, so I can maybe do this. I don't want to make my coordinates doubles just because, like, they don't need to be. Pow isn't defined for the type double. Okay. So that ain't great either. Why are you telling me... Do I need to do... I shouldn't need to do math double, because you're already... Do. Math.pow. That is wrong. That's a 404 page now. Interesting. Where has it gone? Do I have to... MathPow? And then... that, perhaps? There we go. That'll do. All right. Let's, I copied too many lines there. Do this. We'll do a y-axis neighbor. So he needs to be 6 and 10. That should be the same. Y-axis not neighbor. So, or x-axis not neighbor, I should say. So he'll be 9 and 9. So this should be a distance of 3. And we'll do the same for a y, just to make sure our behavior remains good. So he needs to be 6 and 12. Like so. So all of these should be passing, and then we'll chuck in our... So far, so good. Excellent. We'll chuck in test for diagonals. Get distance. Diagonal neighbor. So if he has 6 and 9, that would be 7 and 10. Yes. This should be like 1.4 and change. What's it gonna be? We'll get the output. It's like 148 whatever. 141 this. This is what it is. Um and if we were to make you 5 and 8, this should all still pass. Hello, I clicked run. Do a running. There we go. Okay, so now we fixed that and established testing to solve my skill issues. You were in debug mode. Stop you, make you in regular mode just because. Bum, 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 bum. So our gym should now have arrows again. Okay, cool. Love that. That's working. Our entrance should still have him. Cool. If we to connect you to 4-3, it can keep the southeast tag, I guess. We'll want to test both cases. Okay, so you still get cardinal there. So in our controller here, distance is less than 1.5, then it goes to cardinal, but that should not be the case here. If we were to reset this and then connectify that, and then instead of this, do that, then it still ends up there. Okay, that's bizarre. It's because it gets added to cardinal connections, and then we update the tiles all around it. And that's why, because it finds that in cardinal, and it looks at the vector and says, well, this is a southeast, so I will display that. That's why. We need to figure out why this now. Because you should not be... Oh, that's driving me insane. You should not be adding to cardinal. You should be adding to tagged. And nothing should be looking at tag connections yet. Okay. You are the gym, right? Nope, from the west to the east. Yeah. This is the entrance. We come down here. All right. North to the south. I need to be diagonal here. That's still south to north. West to east. West to east. North to south. Oh, it's because we don't have... Okay, I'm going to turn you on now, even though... It's just complaining about you. Now I want you off. It's handy that it's there when you need it. I just don't want it to default on. Gym, and then here, and then connect Shawnee. And then to you, let's just do it the easiest, best case here. It's because it doesn't run through this. That's my problem. Okay. This is getting set. This is the inflate. That's why, because it's happening after inflate. Crap. That's right. Because we're editing the connection direct, or the room connection list directly. And this is not yet aware of the differentiation. So we're actually going to need probably to extract this as a function. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to take a quick break to use the restroom and open some windows because it's getting really warm in here. And then I'll be back. And then we'll track down where else this code needs to live and look at it to make sure it makes sense to pull this out. Probably does. We need like a add connection to room or something helper that does this work repeatedly. So we only have one place. All right. Yeah. Be right back. All right. That's better. Restroom visited. Windows opened. A little windy, so I'll have to keep an eye on it. Hopefully it'll be alright. Beverage. Reloaded. Alright. Now. You are going to be in update room up here. Or update tile, rather, which will take us to update room. We do connection-y things. I wonder if I could simplify this a little bit. So we check to make sure everything's good. We maintain our, or we figure out what should be here. I feel like I should just be describing the current state to that I desire to these connection tiles. I think that's what I should be doing. That would simplify this a lot. We get our cardinal connections here. Which actually is a problem. So it's gonna be up even further. We're giving you a room data here, which means something else would have to manipulate this. Because we hold the entire desired state in memory while we're editing, so that we only apply the changes on a commit, on an apply. You know, we commit the data to the map. And that happens in map state, I believe. Add connection. We clone the data just so we have a it's not a reference. Update of the already set new connection. So, room tile. Or rather, the model. Oh, but I hold a list of connections here. And then selected tile. Delete. Save changes. We update tile with the room data copy, and then go through our connections to update them. Ugh. And we do that for the sake of the state here. Being able to preserve, you know, what's the current state. And only commit changes on an apply. If we're going to delete you, we call clear. It's not new or empty. Update the tile. Or if it's new or not empty. Yeah. So we update tile. And then you are a connection data. Let me figure out where you live. Why is that? It's because we need to update. We use the same code to update both tiles where we know. So here we know where you live. We know your origin because you're selected. But here, these tiles don't truly exist. They're a figment of the UI, right? So when we update tile, we really only care about what am I trying to update here. In this case, I have a list of connections. That's what I've populated in my state. And I'm going to squirt them in there and go, okay, update these things with whatever I got. So they need to figure out where do they actually live, because this eastern connection lives here. And that's why we did it this way, so that it could all share the same code. So but then we're calling room update. How to update. So in our connection data form, not you. It's going to be room data form, which actually doesn't get submitted by this. This gets submitted by the tile sidebar itself. Down here. Apply current state, save. Map state, save tile changes. Which is how we wind up here. Which actually might mean we're doing updates on both of those fellers. Is there... Is there a better way to go about this? My selected tile is just an object. So either one can go in there. You know what? This arose because we were trying to not have provider? No, that can't be. Maybe. I can't remember exactly. Maybe it was just a colossal brain fart. Because you would have had to have provided a poll map state out of anything, even from the get-go, and listen to those changes. Select a tile. Yeah, I think I want to clean this up. Ugh. So in my connection tiles forms, data form. What? Was I already in there? Connection data form. There, that one. You take a connection data object. So actually, yeah, I need to look at map state connections. So this wouldn't necessarily need to do this. What did I do in my room data form? I go through map state connections again, but I don't need to, right? The form can still take a connection object, but I can just get it off of the room tile, right? You would need to make sure oop, selected tile. No, I'm thinking go. This is just as room data. Room data, put you in parens in the assertion there. And then cardinal connections. That should still work. I mean, seems like it's working. Let's close it. Just restart to make sure we have all of the new code has made it all the way through. So if I click here, gym, and click on a room, yeah, I've still got all my connections. Oh, you know what? It was, I don't have the state in them for... These are all getting expanded for some reason. Was I adding extra? Set selected tile. I get you from the UI grid location. If you're not null, handle that. This is me not considering, I think, the what's the word? Declarative nature of UI code in Flutter. Because I could have, I think, cardinal connections. Handle connection click. This is not correct. This is when we add. A connection. If new connection is not null, we do that. Select tile UI location is my UI grid location. I clear the connections. I come in here. Select tile is me. I clone you a copy. I clone the connection data, so I'm not using the same object. I want a copy of it so that I can manipulate it. And then I order these, but if I'm driving this off of the what's in the config file, I guess I don't sort them. I should sort them. For display purposes, but I do that and I add them to my cardinal connections here. But I'm not doing anything special here. Delete, okay. I think we can tidy this up a lot, actually. We reworked it to be a little bit more approachable, and I think some of the cleanup needed to still happen here. Just had a fundamentally flawed approach level. Because we've already cloned you. Shouldn't need clone all your connections again. Why is if I go to my data connection data form, expanded, connection is modified, or it's a new connection. Why would you be room data clone? We should also do, while we're here, this should be empty, I think. If it's null, if it's empty. Does it even matter? Can I just do this even if you're empty? I have questions. What if empty connections and select? Seems okay. Let's restart just to be sure. So empty guy, empty. Seems all right to me. Okay. Let's reset that really quick just because we don't want to save anything in there. So this would be, while we're here, we'll just do this really quick. because these shouldn't be allowed to be null in reality. Once we load things, we default them to empty. Okay. And we can use our sort by tags, I suppose, to sort these. I think we just have to override. Or something. Anyway. I think there's a path there. It's an interesting thought. So, if we don't do that, cool. Why are you expanded, though? This isn't going to copy these guys. I think. Maybe it will. Let me check the docs. I want to deep copy you. Fields and collections use a name constructor called from. Okay, so I would be able to perhaps ensure from source cardinal connections. And new is not required anymore. From source tag connections. This should ensure we have a deep copy in our clone. Okay. In my map state, now I've got my clone. If it's a room data, if it's a connection tile, so here I have room data. Okay, so this is part of why I did this, because a connection tile, a room data has connections in it. Connection tile just has a collection of those connections. It just has references to them. But room data, clone you. They do have a model. And I think that might be okay. We would have to give you a clone. I don't see a problem with that, though. Hmm. We would still have to end up either. But we'd have to figure out if a connection has changed or not. Okay, that would be our first port of call when we go to update the UI. But we do have in connection data a modified flag already that got added along the way because we just couldn't avoid it anymore. Because like either otherwise we'd have to compare it with what's in the map and do like hashing and all that. So modified flag is probably easier. But our modified flag is pretty naive for now. Maybe that's fine though, because we're just kind of YOLO updating stuff because it's a small set, right? The maximum possible neighbors for a tile is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is the max, right? So that shouldn't be a problem. The you doing on my desk, little ant? There's no food in here. We could use that flag and then make more targeted updates. And then the same is true because we know the origin. We should be able to resolve that to a point and then update by ID. And if I don't see it, then I add it on room tile. Yeah, I think there's a path here. I think this makes some sense. Apparently I accidentally deleted the thing. And then that would really make this a lot easier. And instead of switching on connection data, we can switch on... Can I switch on a base class? We'd have to find out. Not you. You. Because y'all are connection tiles, which... I think we could do. Yeah, let's go down this path. I'm thinking this is promising. But before we really start tearing into it, let's do this. Because we got a whole bunch of changes now. We need to take a look here. Tags, we don't want to save that. We want to do the changes to coordinates, which should probably move, but that's okay. Add a distance to helper and an invalid distance constant. We'll go with that for now. What else can we... I guess it would just be map controller. Well, room model also. Yeah, okay. Well, that's going to bring it... Okay, so the only thing actually that we don't want to do just yet in this... That would stay... It'd be you. No, not you. Room data form. Roll this back for just a second so that we can do this. Rename the connections list to cardinal. Add a tagged connections list. On build, we find the logic to which list we place connections in. Also refine the room model clone method. Ensure we copy the connection, this deep copy, the connection lists, and make it less verbose. I messed that up by missing an M there. Okay, those can go up. Now we can go and break stuff with the knowledge that we can just chuck it all if we don't like the way it's shaping up. But I think this is promising. Okay, so we put that back. This, I'm just going to preemptively comment, or actually just nuke, I think. Connections. Go away, connections. Now, that will break things. This is a feature, not a bug. Cause you I need to double check. Connection tile, yeah, because you're using states, map state, still. We need to, okay, yeah, that's fine. Totally squirreled there. I need to check connection model, connection data. No, not you. You have a get connections, right? At your base in, nope. It's not you. You're the UI. I want the model. Connection tile has get connections, right? It does. List of connection data. Perfect. Selected tile as connection data, right? That's what you were called. Dot get connections. No, you're not called connection data. Your connection, connection tile. You're not imported. We need to do so. Must implement iterable, but you return. Forgot to do that. There we go. What if I did that? Make it lowercase, that's fine. And then you would do that. Get connections. List of connection data. Take off the call. That's nicer, right? Then we just need to make sure that in our model, this returns that. Okay, easy enough to take care of. We have to do it in all of these fellas though, which is fine. Get connections, no longer a call, just a getter. Diagonal, horizontal, vertical, 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 vertical. Okay. Now you're a getter. Oh, I forgot. Duh. There. Okay. So. Those are all done. You're driving off of that now. Everything should be working. Oh, no, it's not going to compile yet because this is not working. These all should be working the way they are now. This we have to fix up, though. Because we won't have this to worry about anymore at all. Nulling our dudes to take care of this. Nulling it should take care of us. So like this how it is selected. This needs to become clone, right? Except for it will be connection tile clone selected is what you're going to look like. And then connection tile, you need to expose as part of being a connection tile, you need to give me a clone function. Can I do this? Like so. And then you update connection. Let's just put you vertical connection tile model clone with a source like so. And then I want to look at room data to make sure I do the syntax correctly here. Room model clone. It's actually a constructor. Okay. Good to know. And then this north connection is source north connection clone. But connection data doesn't have a clone. I could either add one or I can just do if, or rather we can do ternary. North connection not equals null. Can't be accessed because it's an initializer. I have to do this on it. No. Oh, duh, because source, yeah, I'm backwards. If the source north connection is not null, connection data, yeah, this is going to be a huge call unless I do connection data clone. I do have, okay. And you can't be null. Okay. And then this. Oh yeah, we need to, otherwise null. There. South connection, not null. I just checked you, null like that. Okay. This should take care of that. Now you, missing concrete information of connection tile.clone, except it's because you don't return. It's because you're, oh, it's because you're a function, not a constructor. Shit. Is there a way... Can I, start abstract base class, define required constructor? I think the answer is no, and I think that's part of why we did this the way we did. Constructors aren't inherited, so you can't enforce a factory construction subclasses. Okay. That's troublesome. We could make it not a constructor, but a function. It's not terrible. because I have this instance already. So I just need to return you. This can still be the same. You need a closing bracketes there. Isn't a valid because you need to return this to be part of this, I think. Right. And I can't do this either, can I? Oh, I can. Okay. It's just the argument. Can I... Can I specify... Like, this is Go syntax, but... Proposal change the built-in class type. Oh, okay, so... It'd be like this. That doesn't work, though. Oh, this is still open, duh. You'd have to run time. Okay. Okay, it's not the end of the world. We just need to switch on source. Which we do a lot, right? Yeah. Case vertical connection tile model. Do this. Right. But matched value type connection tile can never be equal to the constant of type. I don't think I can use runtime type. In non-debug. I think I've read that it sucks when you do that. But dart. Cast with error. Typecasting error. I should be able to do is. So, not this, but if source is vertical connection tile. Will you complain if I do that? No. You're going to complain that it could be null. This is a argument error value. Containing invalid value source may only clone other vertical connection tile models. Or it'd be better to say source is not a vertical connection tile model. Okay, so then we just need to implement y'all in horizontal. Like so. And we put you at the tippy top. We'll just keep on that. Except for this will be horizontal everywhere. And same is true here. And then you need to be east. Really? Was I holding the wrong hotkey? I think it was. Okay, it was. Get all sidetracked. And that's west. Okay. And then our diagonal fellas here need to have the same treatment applied to them. This is my tile, though, not my model. This needs to be diagonal. And then this, actually we can duplicate this, bang that in there, make you northeast, make you southeast, make you northwest, make you southwest, not southeast. There we go. Oops, I missed one. Okay, that implements all of that in all of them. So now clone can't be used using static access. Why am I static? Oh, because this needs to be... I would need to call you. But... hang on a second. So you're already... It's because of the fact that it's not a constructor. It's annoying that... these actually don't need this argument. Because they're not constructors anymore. I would just need, not that, as connection tile clone. This should be the only call I need. Set that to the clone. So that gets replaced. And then I don't need this switch. I don't need this. And then source. I can't do that. I should have thought that through a little better. That goes away. I need to change this in my base here. I don't need an argument because it's a function. The same will happen here. Don't care about that. Don't care about this. Just gimme a cloney clone of these things. That's you. Oops. Get you out of there. Why do you think that needs to go in there? And then you, that's all fine. Okay. That gets those guys to where we can do this. And then this is set selected tile. This is selected, not selected tile. There we go. And then I don't have to. That's where it was a skill issue, not a language issue. There we go. So my selected object that I've selected here, if it's a connection tile, clone it. That's my selected tile now. Okay. Holy moly. It's hot in here. Get connections isn't defined for the type connection tile. Ah, because I changed you. That's correct. You are now that. And you're not a function. You're a getter. Okay. Connections gone away. That's fine. We need to clean that up. Okay. Remove connection by ID. This might go away. We're not sure yet. Tell you what though, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. And kind of breezy. Maybe no extra windows. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alrighty then. So, now that we don't have connections in here, this... we'll have to handle this. We have our new connection object. That has to stay. You need to be... So, room... Well, hang on. Let me roll that back. Both connection tile and... room need a ability to add a tile, right? Because this, which is still running the old code, because this doesn't compile yet, so it won't have refreshed. No. Connection tile doesn't need this ability. Because if I select you and I go, connect me there, you can only connect a room, broski. So our selected tile should remain the same. Provide destination, cool. So I can, there's no room there, I can't do that. You, right here. I'm still selected on 0, 1. That hasn't changed. I've just applied a connection to you. So this, at the very least, is still usable. It's room that needs the ability to add. And this is where we can do our convergence of logic to do this correctly. So the room model, which is what we have selected, correct? Room data is room data clone. Room data, room model, yes. So you already have add connection. Okay. Good. Here. Yes. Map controller, you down here. You are going to wind up... goodness. We can make sure of this. Let's also double check. Oh no, connection IDs is all of them, so we don't even need to do that. We're good. We already check all of our possible IDs. Ooh. This doesn't add you to... this yet. Okay, you'll need to. That's fine. We still add you there, but also basically this whole block. Tag connections add. Cardinal connections add. We'll have to adjust this a little bit, but so we check to make sure we don't already have this. If new connection is the same map connection and new connection distance, then cardinal connections add new connection. The same is true here. If it's further away, we add you to tagged. This is new connection. If you're not invalid, cardinal connections add you. Otherwise, tag connections add you. Right now, here, I can just do I should be in a room here. A room. Tile data, add connection, this connection, bang, done. Gets put in there, right? Cool, groovy. There's my build taken care of for when I inflate the map, right? Still got you over here. It's gonna need some adjustment. This selected tile, you won't know what you are, but you better be a room data. Add connection, new connection. Right? New connection can't be null. We just checked you. Right? Yes. If you're null, then I add you to new connection. Otherwise, if you're not null, then you're in here. I add you to my room data. We'll have to sort these still, but that's okay. We can do that as part of this. Now, where else do I have? This is going away entirely. We've basically replaced all that logic. We just clone you if you're a room data. If you're a null, we make you a room data. That's new. With a new ID, that's fine. If you're a connection tile, we clone you as well. We could. And none of you are final. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Just thinking, if we made this not... not a constructor. If we make this a function as well, we can eliminate this. Entirely. Make this simpler. Why don't we? We have the power. We just need to make this a function instead of a constructor. Return room data. Do that. That. Now, we don't need source here anymore, sorry. Got that part. Like that. And then, if selected, if you're null, we create you. Otherwise, we call you. Can't forget that. Oh, because you're an object, though. I didn't think about that. That's... like, it's fine to do that. I'm just gonna leave it like this. It'll be easy enough to read. It's fine. Only room tiles can be null, so add a new one. Okay, so we get that. I feel like connection. This guy. It's not you. It's something else. Getting distracted. One thing at a time. Okay, so then on save, update tile, this won't matter. You can't be null. But in either other case, let's just do that. We also need to still do that, I think. Because we want to reselect to refresh any changed data. And then we set our stuff to changed and set that off. Okay. So that gets simpler. Love that. Big fan. And then and then hang on 1 second. How long have I been programming? 3 hours and 4 minutes. I assume you mean in general. A long time. More seriously for like 5 years, 5 or 6 years. Although every time I say that, I feel like I've been saying that for at least 2 years. I don't know. It's been a while. So I just knocked my monitor when I reached for my beverage. Because I did that in a stupid order. There we go. Anywho, now we got that in. I invented computers. That is very much false. He was there with Alan Turing. It was not. I was indeed not. Those are still to-dos, but this now has its errors resolved. We need to go address y'all. Cause this. Remove connection by ID. We have to figure out how we want to handle that. We can... We want to be careful, because the state needs to be updated. But it's going to look like an update to a tile. Hmm. I mean, I could do it on the room tile, but we still need. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Um, Instead of that, because this is only for when we have a new connection. um, our new connection is null. Notify listeners. Maybe. And then I don't have to worry about the ID. I don't have to worry about nothing. I just got to call that. Otherwise, we set you to staged for deletion. But this is connection. This is my connect. Okay, yes, because I have a connection data that I get passed here explicitly. We're not using map state there anymore, which is nice. We got the same problem here, right? Yes. Okay. Well, partially. Because set state accept draggable in state connections. Stateful widget. This is map state. Connections is empty. So it's my accept draggable is my problem. When we drag to you, we need to worry about checking the surroundings, right? Is this a valid, can we do any connecting here? So that's a thing. I'm 99% certain that can go away. Accept draggable. Unable to connect to empty rooms. That's... But we were using connections here. But if... okay. That's fine. Selected tile. As connection tile. Connections is empty. There. That's all we need to do there. So we set the selected tile as me wherever I am. And then I can check that. The connection data in this I used to go through because we're overwriting everything. That's why. Okay, that's still fine. But I need to do this. Then I can still do that. And my connection here. Because I've got a copy, I should be only applying that. It should be okay. Now, diagonal needs the same exact treatment. Selected tile as connection data. Connections is not connection data, tile. Connection tile connections. Oh, it's just not important. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna do the same thing here. Select the tile as connection tile. Connections, go through them, overwrite them because you are a click and drag. Okay. What else is still okay? This is broken. That's okay. Ooh, this is really, really, really broken. Because I need to replace you. Ugh. That's not... Because it wasn't going to work out the way I wanted it to just call it. Let's actually roll this back. It's not worth changing that and breaking all of that just to have this API look the same when we can't just call it indiscriminately anyway. That's that selected. There we go. Sue. Okay. And then I still have something in here broken. You, because you're not that anymore. You're just connections now, which is nice. Okay, I think that gets us back to runnable. Let's make sure we get new stuff in here. Tried to read or provide it through during creation. Hang on. Let's just make sure this is not old junk. Tile already has a connection with this UUID. Okay, so something has gone wrong there. Yeah. Yeah. Mistake. We called add connection here. But we put this in here. We got these connections from that list. Okay, hang on. Where else were you used? Perhaps it's used in the test. Okay, whatever. This is the only place you get used anymore. This, because when we save a map, hang on, we convert this on the fly, right? I think this is like a leftover, basically, that we wound up just reviving just a second ago. Not you. You. Save map. Yes. Okay, look at you. I go through my map. Current state rooms, add this tile. In my connections, in this cardinal connections, current state connections, add connection. Current state is a map. It's a new map data. We create a new struct. We duplicate you. Apply all of your... build it with the current state, basically, that is in memory here, so that we can spit you out to the file. So that we make sure we get everything new. So, this is fine to not have this in here. I'm pretty sure. Now, let's go try this again. Map editor. Okay. 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 We still got those expanding we need to figure out, but... pardon me. We're looking really good, though. Okay. Yes. All right. So, we should test that. I can't test this yet. We're back to compiling, but our logic for updating is still going to be kind of scuffed. I think. We need to go through that first, before it's even worth poking at it. And we're still kind of in the uncertain phase, but I'm really sure that I like this as the way this is shaping up more. Okay, so updating. Updating tiles. We need to go take a little look at that. We don't have state in here, which is fine. Reselecting the tile should handle any updates we apply. We still need to, if we change something on a room, we need to update that tile. And we have two objects. We have the modified state and the current state that is in the map. Okay? So we should be able to work with that. And this should get nicer. So our update tile, if it's a room data, let's call update room. Cool. We figure out where our location is for realsies based on my room table by the ID. Does that matter anymore? I don't think that matters anymore. Enjoy this delicious sparkling water. So I know what my location is. This exists to find the offset location without doing math. I have a table, so I just know where I am in the UI. Because, again, rooms don't exist. They are only there for the UI. Yeah, so all that still needs to exist there. Well, except for I do this then right after. Room to update better have a location at this point, right? That makes no sense if it wouldn't. Can I make you... You're not even nullable. So that shouldn't matter. Why do I do that? I don't know. I think that's leftover. You're that. Because I know what my location is. Multiplied by the map offset, because I need to adjust for that, so that 1-1 is actually at 2-2. Current object. So my current... What's in this square currently? If it's not null, then I need to engage update logic. My current ID, I make sure I'm setting the same ID. Okay, perfect. This shouldn't be possible. But it's okay to check it. Because you're not allowed to change locations currently. We check the ID, we check the location. Then this, okay, so... do I still need to do this? So either I can go through my connections. And update them and their tiles. And I gotta be careful here, because if I do a comparison and I've removed a thing, then everything from that thing down will get updated, which is not ideal, but not the end of the world either, because again, it can only be 8. We also don't support the idea of reordering, right? Like, you get an order right now, it's by config, I think, order, but I would like them to sort. We need to do that. That's a to-do. Speaking of which, to-do, sort the connections by tag. Sort the cardinal connections by direction on room tiles. Room model. And then sort the tagged connections by leading tag on room model. So there's 3 possible cases. If the 2 aren't equal and the list is shorter, then I've deleted something. If the 2 aren't equal and the list is longer, on the incoming, then I've added something. But if they're not equal and the list is the same, I might have added, I might have replaced, or I might have added one and deleted another. Like I deleted north and added south. So that kind of throws everything into the uncertainty, right? So I think the best option is just to go through these things and update them. And I also need to clean them out of the connection table. So it's good that we go through here and find what's not there. We delete it. We clear it from room and tables. I don't need to clear you from room and tables though anymore. Or do I? What's the desired behavior? The desired behavior is that we just end up with our data in place and in the order we frickin' asked for, right? The worst case scenario is we update 8 tiles around it. So I'm gonna not do this. Maybe. I still need to clear the tile though. Is there a way that I can combine this task? Yes. Maybe. We have to consider the current state as well, though. And I do need those tags so that I can look up connections as I modify them. So that, I think, needs to stay. I guess, okay, so when we go through here, we make sure that you're all the same thing that we're updating. We can go through. It would sure be easier. I want the incoming to override. Because if we've made a change that informs the order of these connections, we'll want to sort them when we add them or remove them. Moving shouldn't matter, just adding. I don't want to go to all the trouble of removing everything and adding everything. I can build a new list. I can do that. But I still want to be able to explicitly delete anything I've deleted. Is there a... I guess we just call list delete. So like... remove range. Okay, yeah. From wherever we are when we run out of things to the end. And then if we were to... Okay, I think we already have updated adjacent connection tiles. Yeah, we do. Okay. So... But that map of IDs, the connection IDs, is annoying. I guess our first step could be to delete them. So we can go through. I don't need you to clear it from the room anymore. This is still useful because our destination tables and stuff like that. And we don't even show... We do show you here. That's part of it. Okay, yeah. Because we display destinations on... Okay. So I may actually need to do that still. Because you also clear it from the other room. The other tile. Okay, yeah, that's gotta stay. Exactly as it is. Alright. Back up to my update room here. Okay. We'll delete them next. So we go through that list. We could rewrite this to like a filter or something, but or a map, but I like the fact that it's readable. We delete you from the room and the tables, and then in my room to update cardinal connections. This also needs to do tag connections. The same exact if it doesn't contain my connection data, add you to my list of to-deletes. Okay. Clear all those out then. We need to figure out destination table. This connection, destination table. Not destination table, but parent offset. This only removes you from you. We'll have to look at this. Because this needs to live in a world where we have those map state, global map state, right? Global app state for that, because we have the map controllers in there. And if we have a connection to another map, we got to remove the destination part. Which is going to kind of throw a little bit of a wrench into the works, because we don't border you with connections. So we might need to adjust that, which is still fine. We should have most of the pieces we need once we get there. It's just going to throw an error when it happens the first time until we address it. And there's no connection back right now, so that's fine. This gets into the same problem where when we build these connections, we need to display them on the map, the other map too. And they aren't aware of that happening, right? Well, I guess they know what the incoming looks like. No, that's a lie. That information is only written into the origin. Which may be a flaw in the config file, but I like that it's only in one place, because that keeps it human readable if you have to. Like, it would suck to manually edit a map, but it can be done. And I want to preserve that ability. Which is why we've gone to such great lengths in our map code to assemble these sort of concepts into a visual representation without mangling it. So that's still a problemo. But not insurmountable. Like, if we have to lift the call to modify a map, and we have the ability to know if it's on the same map or not. We have a helper for that. So all that's totally fine and dandy. Yeah, I think we're okay there. It's just this part. that we got to figure out what we want to do with. Where are you? Here you are. Update room. Connection. This should be cardinal connections. Same for tag connections. Delete the ones that no longer exist. Room and tables. This doesn't do. Because this works with our data. That's fine. Okay. Yes. That's why. That's why that is the way it is. What puts you... What puts you into our room connections? We gotta be careful. Because while this is added for visual sake, we can't write this to the file. We don't want to write this to the file. Because that would break our assumptions. I'm wrong. This doesn't display here because of this. This displays here because it has a connection back. Duh. So I'm overthinking that for sure. That's going to take care of itself. Good. Good to catch that. I remember him also from the Turing days. Once he blew out 576 relays and 16 motors on the Turing machine with just one program. Alan was very pissed off. OSS came and he wasn't seen for 2 months. How you doing today, Mr. Crescio? I'm not that old. Yeah, goblins. Yeah. Yeah. Nice to catch your stream. Still enjoying Flutter nonsense? Well, I'm still Flutter nonsense, that's for sure. No, that's good. It's good. We're cleaning some stuff up, actually, because just the way I was managing the stuff no longer really makes sense, right? The state of edits and things. Because of our earlier refactor, we can simplify them a little bit, and I'm doing that while I'm here. And just trying to figure out how I want to handle some of this stuff. Some of it is tricky. Room data, yeah. I'm in the wrong file. I need to be in this file. Of all the nonsenses out there, Flutter is just fine. Exactly. Using Dart cleaned a lot of JS nonsense. Absolutely true. Only Flutter people could put up better docs. Yes, I sometimes find the docs less helpful than they might be. Especially I wish for more examples often. Of how to correctly hold it, you know? So we removed those. Sad to see Dart didn't get integrated in web browsers. There was a browser with Dart. Can't remember what came out of it. Huh. I didn't know that. Did it get dropped in favor of WASM or something? Um, so remove. Clear connection from room and tables. I get my parent offset location. Remove where. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. I don't know. I stumbled on Flutter years after. Ah, I see. So yeah, this can just be from tables because it'll wrap up this nicely. And then I won't need this anymore, which is nice. Reducing error paths, right? Skim the stream so far. I like how your editor is progressing. Like those map icons you put for teleporting across the map. Well, thank you. I need to add them for like a destination icon. I was just thinking about that. Like I might need to add connection tiles around them to maintain the same user friendliness of display. But I could also like just put them in here. Because there's nothing saying. Well, I guess they would be tagged in that case, right? So yeah, I gotta think about that. But also we need to implement, and actually I think we might actually have it ready now to where you could be able to connect to a non-adjacent room. That should be valid. But this doesn't display them yet. Because we need to do that as well. I see how my bitmask suggestion, considering teleport would not work inside of a byte 8 directions. Guess my brain just over-optimizes. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm just struggling to understand how I would use that with the way this works. Like, it would be really hard. And this is probably a skill issue because like I said, bit masking. I struggle to read and understand it whenever it's used. I just haven't done a lot of it. I haven't had a need for a lot of it. I also see bit masks are becoming a lost art. Yes, I guess. But if statements get much more simple when using bit masks. Yeah, except I don't have. Okay, so these are different objects. Is the thing. They have a base class, but a horizontal tile is a different object, and a vertical tile is different than a diagonal tile. Right. Less code generate means less code executed. The fastest code is one that is not run at all. Yes, that is true. But they have different behaviors, right? Because we switch on them to determine what things are in there. So like here, when I click on here, that's a bad example. Click on here, I get 4 connections populated. because I know this is a diagonal tile, it has 4 connection slots. I've checked the rooms and made sure I can actually connect them. If I go over to here, that's a bad example too. Here, I only get 2 because there's only 2 connections that could be possibly made, right? Of my 4 slots that I have in here. And the same is true for like these guys. They look at whether or not there could be a connection here before they put in a placeholder. And this should be, so 2233. If I click over here, okay, it holds on to that placeholder. I forgot if I changed that or not. But they're empty connections. They just sit there ready to be used if so appropriate. So like they're fundamentally different objects. And like I could do some kind of weird thing with like them all. They have different layouts too though. Like this is just a row that's centered with 2 things in it. Vice versa, this is a column. And then this guy is more complicated because he's got 4 boxes and some spacing to make him look right. Yeah, I see your point. Yeah. And then the backing models are now informing what string that they resolve the asset to. However, that gets mapped up in the Flutter internals. It seemed like having a base class was the path of least resistance for being able to work with the different types of connection. So that's what I did. And it's possible that a better architecture exists, for sure. And yes, bitmasks are becoming a lost art because they're difficult to work with. And because computers are very fast now. Does that mean, that we're leaning into that trope of erasing all of the hard work of hardware engineers to get us this fast? A little bit, maybe. But also, like, so this is one of those, I was talking about balance at the beginning, right? This is one of those balance things where, like, I have a great deal of respect for the level of knowledge and understanding that people like Casey Muratori have, right? He's a brilliant guy. But also, he's been trying to make his game for like 1 billion years, and has refunded people their Kickstarter money because it's taking so long, because he's rolling everything. And so there's always a balance between, like, where do I what does it not matter? Where can I just say, you know what, the compiler optimization is good enough to spend less of my time trying to figure out how to do that in that super clever, hyper efficient way that saves me 16 picoseconds per tile, versus and just get it done in a way that's easy to comprehend. You want to have a base for rendering base directional tile? Yeah. Yeah. And like, the people like Jonathan Blow, kind of in the same ballpark, but he went and wrote, his own language to do the things he wanted to do, to fill the gaps he saw in what we have for a game dev specific purpose. And that's fantastic. That's amazing, right? I'm interested in trying Jai out at some point, because it does cool things from what I've seen, which isn't a ton. But, yeah, you kids today totally just waste cycles. It's true to a degree. So, also, calling back to Sad, like last week or the week before, was talking about somebody was saying something about packing Structs and Go, and I was like, I don't think that's a thing. I've never heard of that before. Give me sources, and he didn't have any sources that he could give me to look at, right? Because SAD is still new, and so if somebody says something, it must be true because they're a teacher, right? um, and I pushed back on it. So after stream, I stopped and did some digging because I was curious. It is a thing. It's not really talked about a ton. There was an issue raised in the Go repo, and the Go team basically said, yes, this is true. We don't do any optimization around it because by the time you get to caching and branch prediction and everything else in modern CPUs, it just doesn't matter. So, like, that has changed, right? We have those things happening now too, which make it muddier, and benchmarking in general is just fraught, right? Um, I have played a little bit with like hyper optimizing a thing. I was making a logger, and I was like, all right, because I don't have like a hard deadline on this thing, it's mostly done. Um, and I don't care if it takes me an extra day. I'm gonna spend some time just like trying to optimize it. And what I found was what everybody says is that it's fraught. Um, and it's really hard, right? Um, the benchmarking, right? So there's pitfalls there in things trying to skip work. So you got to try to eliminate that as you're benchmarking. But um, also the results. If I was playing Spotify, I would get slower results than if I wasn't playing Spotify on my laptop, the work laptop, right? Same if I had YouTube or more web pages open, my results would be different. So like, anytime somebody says benchmark, okay, on what? What were the conditions? It's fraught with pitfalls and troubles. And at a certain point, it just doesn't matter, right? And I knew that, or I had a strong sense of that going in because I've read about this. But it was educational for me to just experience it and say, what if I do this? Like, what happens? Let's see. 0.0001% slower than the speed of light. Unacceptable bloat, right? Marco showing his Rust dev there, right? It's got to be blazingly fast. Those cycles add up, and you have cache misses, and all sorts of black box magic. Yes. CPU change is not the same arch that it was in late 80. Yeah, absolutely. Because there's a lot of black magic in the way that they have gained some of the performance, right? Some of it's raw horsepower, and raw clock speed. A lot of it isn't. A lot of it's all this other threading and magic and caching and branch prediction. And as a result of all of that, we have Rowhammer and stuff like that as a thing to consider now. But like, what do you do, Like, we're at the level where we produce these microchips by shooting mercury droplets with a friggin' laser beam to vaporize them to create the light that's small enough to etch the silicon. Like, like if you've ever looked into how they make processors, it's insane, right? So like, something has to give at some point. You can only get such small light with current technology. We're limited by the technology of our day. um, all right. But I need to. Okay, so clear connection from tables. We only remove you from tables, meow, when we delete you. That's good. Yeah, everybody says CPU's this, CPU's that, compiler optimizes, but same GNOME desktop that ran on a 486 on 128 megs now requires 2 gigs of RAM. How? Well, it's not the same though, right? There's a whole bunch more stuff. More stuff gets loaded, more stuff gets preloaded. The size of like the textures and stuff, like the images has grown. Like things that get used under the hood like that. Um, in some cases, it just depends, right? Everything gets a service that has to talk to something else, a D-bus or the web or whatever. Electron garbage in GS. I mean, yeah, there's some of that too, right? Like I said, there's a balance between like where do I care, where do I not, and yes, it adds up in the do I not, absolutely. But um, now especially is not the time in this case to be looking for that 16 bytes savings. Yeah, but you can rebuild Discord on Rust with only 600 megs of RAM at most. It's a skill issue. Well, no, that's an Electron issue, right? Electron is a whole friggin' web browser full of JavaScript stuff. And like that, so I don't know what it takes to do that, right? Or I don't know what Discord normally takes. I just don't care, right? I have enough because I built this machine before everything became awful. And back when I had money. So I get what I need done. That's what I care about, right? And there's time and a place when you need to say, okay, well, this project has grown and I'm now consuming a gigabyte of RAM for this thing. That shouldn't be the case. Time to do some performance. Or my game doesn't play smoothly because I used Unreal and just threw everything in the kitchen sink at it, and now everybody thinks Unreal is a crap engine. Um, but like other things that use it run fine. Like it's a matter of execution. But where is the pain point? Where you got to evaluate. That's Rob Mongoose for some RAM. It's old. You don't want it. You don't. Um, this machine is like 4 years old. It doesn't have any of the new hotness, which is fine. It does everything I need and then some. It's all I care about. If I still had software job income bucks, I wouldn't be buying a new one still. Doubt that he has some robbable stuff, right? I'm a developer. All right, but I need to. It's been 4 hours. I need to go have some lunch and turn on some AC. It's getting so hot in here. Their connection from tables. Okay, so we're up at update tile, update room. Why do you have? I'll take a look at that later. We need to delete them that no longer exist. We're here. Finish cleaning this up. New data should override old and update connection tiles. All right. Out of curiosity, what do you think of quantum computers, if anything? I think that I fear that they're the next hype thing. And I don't know a ton about them. But like I know the theory is that they'll be very, 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 very fast. I know we've done them, we've built them, and I know that they're crap for general purpose things currently. Is there something to them in the future? Probably, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about that low level stuff to really have an intelligent take on that. I've already seen like just the telltale whispers of like the quantum thing being the next friggin' bubble of idiocy. I hope I'm wrong on that. We'll see. But when I can buy For a reasonable price, a quantum processor that is faster than regular old silicon, I will consider it a great win. Um, and I'm sure that we will have already upgraded our encryption standards by that point. I hope. I sure hope. Otherwise, everything's just on fire, and we will never get there, right? They're an interesting subject, hard to say personal experience. Yeah. Like, as you become old and bitter, you will stop caring about everything they announce until you can buy it for a reasonable price and use it to do something that you care about. They can solve specific problems. Yeah. That's what I've heard so far. But as a non-processor engineer, it's all I know. But anyway, it's been 4 hours. I need to AC. I need to lunch. I need to see if I can get like a standalone AC, because the current blocker to me, just like having a quick lunch and then continuing to work, is the fact that it's 1,000,000,000 degrees in here. So things I'm thinking about. Hey, Clicks. Oops. Oof, I came in at a tough time. Yeah, you came in at the very end, because I was just about to say thank you for coming to hang out with me today. Good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So, come on back tomorrow, around 10 a.m. Central. I'll be here doing the rest of this, because I still got a mess to clean up, and I'd love to see ya. And if not, y'all have yourselves a great weekend anyway.